Welcome in, everyone. I have caught a cold, so my voice is gonna be garbage today. Not gonna do a lot of reading, but we will finish out Bliss's ending regardless. Because this is my job, and I take it very seriously, clearly. I would say sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of my voice, but I don't enjoy the sound of my voice right now, so here we go. Time to play the rest of The Machinist. Thank you, Trav. I appreciate that. Thank you for the hug. It is unfortunate. Okay. We won't be staying in the empty container. We're gonna go to our repaired unit, where we can enjoy some stabilizer and end this cycle. Hey, Crafty Blue. Welcome in. Alright. We need to do things for Bliss. We do not have any mushrooms, nor do we have the capacity for that, but we do have the capacity to buy food for the cheap. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, let us go finish things upstairs. Ugh. Time for uppies. This should finish. Oh no, we have to wait a day. Fresh contact is wait a day. Okay. So that means we'll do this safe stuff. And we'll use our good dice on the big moneymaker. And we can also buy some stabilizer. I'm gonna buy 2. Okay. This is still working as well. We have some scrap. None of these are useful for more scrap. And we have the green mice cipher. And this is still 80. It was like 150 though, so down to 80 is pretty good. Oops. What am I doing? So, lots of stuff is going to happen today. Sleeper! How you been? Surviving. That's the struggle. What's it like, to be a sleeper? It's strange. Yeah, I know I can't understand it, you know, but with your frame and, well, everything else. But I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it, like having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. Moritz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We scored another contract, and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. Hey, it's no problem. Okay, then. She's doing your best, you know? I know. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time, you think to yourself, it'll work out. Okay. Robbie and Sabine. Meet Yannick. Hi, Rabia. All right. She's telling Yannick that I've been doing patrols. She is doing some stuff. So she recommends me for Yannick's ward of the low end. Yes. Okay then. That concludes it. Good. Know you'll be happy with the work, Yan. Sure, Rabbi. So now we have Yannick's shit. Glad I got Engage up. Because I forgot this was the Engage thing. Massively dangerous. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm going to go help Bliss. I have 2 points. This does not matter. None of these matter. Okay. Let's help Bliss, because we have good dice today. This is a critical action. Let's go. And this is the safe actions. Okay, positive outcome there. So I think I only need one more day of this. All right, that was pretty good. We've almost saved it. Down we go, because we don't live up in the center. Let's get some cheap food. And get some rest. We will have 5 dice for tomorrow, and then we have to use some of our stabilizer. Yeah, they're trying to save a whole biome from a ship that got hurt, like wrecked. So I had to, like, essentially decide what plants live and what plants die for that job. Alright, I have... Well, I can re-roll those, so let's just go upstairs and finish the job. Alright. This should be the last thing we need. Yep. See? Fragile biome, did not collapse. Clean work. I've read all this before. Say what? They paid in mushrooms? I can use them. They'll sell well. Alright. So we now have to wait yet again for 3rd time's the charm. That's the reason why I wanted to get this done. And we can go down. We can work on Yannick's ward. Okay. Let's get this done. Threes are okay. They become fours. Not mushrooms. Hi, Mr. Greg. Welcome in. Alright, one more day of this and we'll be done. Cool, cool, cool. And maybe we'll go splurge on the good mushroom dish tomorrow. That would be good. Oh wait, I do have the mushrooms. Boop. Hell yeah. It's gonna be a good day tomorrow. All right. Do I want to buy scrap from you? I could. It's not that big a deal. Alright. Sleepy sleep. Oh, I should have taken the stabilizer last night. That's okay. I can live with 4 dice today. I'm waiting on Bliss anyway. Ay, ay, ay. My bad. Let's finish this. You almost laugh when you see it. Same small recorder. Rabia says starry. Alright. It's risky, but now we gotta steal his glasses. Oh, only 4s? Oh, here we go. Alright. We finally get the countermeasures from the door. Yannick comes in. I wouldn't touch that. Bad things. I was looking for your medicine. He laughs, picks up a pill bottle from the desk. Not looking hard. Easy there. That's right. What's wrong with you? Looks down at you, those sunglasses shimmering like wind across water. Nothing wrong here. Yannick grins a wide and empty grin. Who are you on an errand for? He produces a squat black object from his pocket and thumbs a button on the side. The end of it sparks up. Yes, that's not a problem. Myself. Yannick jerks his head to one side. Try again. He leans towards you now, black box sparking, reflecting in those shimmering glasses, a grin on his face. He barely reacts to the object that slams into the side of his head. You don't see what it is, some metal box or ornament perhaps, but you see the blood welling up from the cut it made when it glanced past. Yannick is still, and then he twists around. And he really twists. His whole body spins around a single point, his muscles shifting in some strange sequence, his head staying dead level in space while his body moves around it. The result is sickening. Step back, sleeper. Rabia is standing in the doorway, clearly the source of the thrown object. She readies her baton. Robbie, says Yannick with an odd croak to his voice. Then he leaps at her. Yannick moves like unlike anyone you've ever seen. Disconnected, unpredictable, thin top muscles and angular bones. His ornate clothes whirl around with him, shadowing his attacking strikes. Rabia staggers back, swinging and hitting cloth, but not making contact. Yannick's inhuman movements throw her off, putting her on the back foot. She shouts at you. The relay! You grab for the drawer, ripping it open, expecting to see a chunk of tech inside, but all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Something's wrong. Rabia is desperately wrestling with Yannick, but she manages to throw him to the floor where he lies still. Nothing? She shouts back. No relay? There was an implant. Rabia goes to respond, but a cracking noise makes them both look at the toppled Yannick. You both watch in horror as he stands, one leg at a strange angle. The blood runs down his face, but he doesn't react. A crack has appeared in his glasses. It suddenly hits you. The cradle, the relay. You stare at the implant in the side of Yannick's head, the shimmering glasses. He is the relay. Yeah. I actually had better dice. It's him. He's the relay. You shout. As you shout, Yannick pushes forward once again, limping, broken, but dangerous. Rabia hears you and swings her baton away from his shifting body towards the pale box on the side of his head. There is a crackle, the smell of something burning, and Yannick drops to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. Rabia doubles over, catching her breath. What the hell? Rabia speaks between heavy breaths. I don't know. There's no way. That was the old Yannick. She stretches, wincing at her injuries. But were they controlling him? She gives you a grave look. It's possible. Rabia sheathes her baton, but not now. We have to go before the rest of the Yadigan finds out Yannick has been murdered. She shakes her head. Did we just start a war? She grabs you by the arm. We need to go now. And you both turn away into the corridor as rapid footsteps start echoing through the low end, brought by the commotion. You and Rabia exchange looks. It is done. But at what cost? Well, we gotta wait till things die down so that we can go talk to everybody. Well, that sucked. Oh, right, because he's doing prep, I can't get food here. That's fine. I can live with that. I can also make some money. Money would be good. It was good to see new content, though, Trav. As much as it was not the same time, it was good. It was new content, which was good. Okay. That is it. It's a hurry up and wait time. All right. Time to sleep and see what tomorrow brings. Could have used these dice yesterday. Oh, well. 2 more rounds? Okay. If we want to do stuff, we could just jump Founder's Gap and be sad. Actually, we probably should anyway. I need to make a little bit of money. Nope, not here. The good money. Because we need to do, we need to go find Ashton. We might as well do it while we're here. Waiting on things. Leave some dice. Alright. One last chance to do the Ashton thing in a way that doesn't suck. I should get food before I go. They'll tide me over to the Greenway. And then we run into Eshi and friend for the, hey, the DLC content is this way. Sorry. Tell her to be careful. Who are the supplies for? That's difficult. Okay. So here's the greenway. That gets us the farm stacks. Perfect. And the wastes is an endurer that I cannot even use. And then here is the DLC content that they say is late game. And it is true. It is very late game. I can only put, well, I can do 5 here then. Okay. And then Fang. We've done the entirety of this one before. The mess is here. Any updates? Machines. We can't hack them? How? If I can't? Got it. Don't talk like that. Okay. So now we can do Fang's thing whenever we want to, which will be tomorrow. There's a lot here. We don't really have a place to stay unless we open up the commune. That was a pretty huge day. For those of you just coming in, if I sound a little rough, it's because I'm sick. Please forgive the state of my voice. Ah, free food. I have read all of this before. I will tell another sleeper story. I have read this one before. But we got good food. And should we get Matsuke, we can do stuff there. Okay. I have one good die. Rude. Alright, let us search for signals. I won't be able to get it with this. This is a 3 at best. Rude. I believe these are both safe, so maybe I will just open up a way to sleep here. Because even the native outcome gets me closer. Then I can have the dorm. But yeah, that's it for today. Good night. Mr. Scrake has a 90 streams streak. 10 off, guys. Soon. Let's go. I love that for you. Alright, stabilizer right now, before I forget. These dice are way better. Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the quarter wall. It's time. Big job came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then, we are in business. This has to work, Sleeper. It has to. And if it doesn't, are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got here. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be... He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate to not to pay back my debts. So I gotta get back. I'm out. See you there. Okay. We need to go deal with Ashton before we start with Bliss. We have some time on the job, so I'm not worried about that. And then we can sort this out. I probably could have used this 3. That's okay. It's done now. Alright, let's finish with Ankita. It's gonna go wrong. I'm gonna go alone anyway. I'm gonna go the direct route this time, because I haven't done that. You decide on the direct route and set off down the slope towards the first pillar. There's a thin track here, either an old serviceway that has become overgrown or a new path made by those passing through. The vast farm stack glows a little, some of its grow lights still functioning despite the decades since the collapse. The first shot rings out when you reach the pillar. It ricochets off the hard metal and rattles the undergrowth beside you, spraying up a bit of dirt. You tuck yourself behind the pillar as a second shot zings off it, the sound echoing through the leaves. You don't dare check to see the shooter or for another hiding place. You just curl up and tremble in fear. What the hell are you doing out here under fire? How did things end up like this? It's time to call a professional. You shakily slap the headset into your ear and the static starts up. Ankita speaks. Sleeper? I'm under fire. You are what? You hear the sound of something being slammed. Hold on! The line goes dead. You drop the headset and tuck yourself further in, hoping Ashton isn't moving to get a better shot. A couple more shots sound out before the greenway goes silent. The wait is painful. You dare not move. After what feels like a long time, you hear a noise from the undergrowth. Sleeper, hold there. Don't move. She is crouched nearby out of line of sight. He's shooting from the stack? I think so. Quietly now. Just come across the gap to me, quick and low. Don't be scared. You take a moment, then you go, fast and low, like Ankita said. You reach her without a single shot being fired. Good, says Ankita when you get to her. Seems like he's moved. We'd better go now, or we'll lose him. She sets off fast without looking back. You try to keep up, reminded of your first encounter on in the docks. You laugh a little to yourself at the absurdity of the situation. From following Ankita through a dock to following her into a gunfight, she turns and hisses for you to be quiet. You head up ahead. There is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale, sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, is an object. A cylinder set up on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. This is a somewhat preferable reason for her to show up than she was spying on you. Yes. Yes, I called in fucking backup because I got shot at. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. And Kita doesn't look up. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. It's Amber's ship mine, she says. And you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Stop! Quiet, sleeper! Ankita shouts. A shot rips through the moss beside you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. Do that again and I swear to God I'll tear their head off, Ankita shouts to them. Sleeper, you stay down! There is a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of water running down the walls of the drum, and then Ashton calls out. Coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. And we've read this part. We've read this part. I can't do it again. It's so sad. I can't make it stop. Like, even when you go in directly, you can't make it stop. Ugh, guys, I hate it. Alright, well, we needed to get that done. It is a tragedy that just does not need to happen. And no matter what you do, it happens. I hate it. Alright. Untangle the sails, patch solar sails. Alright, let us get this underway. This is a 5. Double 6s, let's go. Let's go. So we're halfway through this, another day and we'll have it done, and their solar window will be done. Alright. This is done tomorrow. Okay. Let's get some food. Oh, that story breaks my heart every freaking time. Every freaking time, you guys. Because, as I've said multiple times before, everybody's at fault except me, who just was like, I'm willing to help. You clearly have been screwed over. Let's go find the person who screwed you over and have a conversation with them. And then it ends up in death and destruction. Ugh. And, like, all he had to do was be a little bit more patient. She was angry, reasonably angry. She was upset. All he had to do was be patient. All he had to do was be patient and explain himself. And I think, considering she'd been working with me to fix her ship, she would have been a little bit more likely to be like, okay, you fucked me. I get it. You're in love with the sleeper. Okay. We need to figure out how to go from here. But instead, he went for the violence. And the violence gets them both killed. The thing he was trying to save gets them both killed. Ugh. I just cannot. And I'm sick, so, like, doubly fucked today. Thank you for the hug, Trav. I appreciate it. Alright. We get to the office. Is she okay? Just angry? We all are, but you have to remember she knew Yannick for a long time. What Ensign Arp did. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged the thing in his head so they could control him. Pushed the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws him a few more punches. But it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yadigan shouldn't deal with the corporations, and we never will again. Rabia comes away from the bag. It's a war out there, with Yannick murdered. They are all looking for the killer. There are claims of a coup in the organization. People are taking advantage. She rubs her head. No good will come of this. Sabine interjects. Not true. Come now. They turn to you. Now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yadigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Rabia scoffs. Time? Yadigan will tear itself apart in the next 5 cycles. She thumps the bag again and walks away to the far side of the unit. Sabine watches her go, concerned. She'll get there, they say to you. Not looking away from Rabia. It's impossible to deal with all this. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yadigan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from Ensign Art from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with Ensign Arp, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia... Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, Sleeper, isn't that obvious? They smile. She was justifiably angry, but she obtained a replacement ship mine, so she didn't have a major need to take it. The option to let him keep it was there. Angry and him needing to pay her, sure, but it could have worked out. Yeah, it could have worked out. Like, it absolutely could have worked out. And he did the stupidest thing he could have done in that situation, and he gets both him and the thing and the very person he's trying to protect killed. And it ruins, obviously, me as a sleeper and Kita as a mercenary. Like, what a selfish asshole. It is all Ashton's fault. Now, before she had worked with me, I could understand why he would be distrustful at asking for help. Finding a ship mind in the amount of time he had to save someone he loved was not a good... he had no good options there. Like, I understand why he sliced and left. Like, I get it. It was shitty of him. I get it. But after the fact... I suppose he didn't know that the ship had been fixed, but how else could Ankita have tracked him down if her ship wasn't fixed? He knows how much she loves that ship, and he thought that, you know, stranding her, even though he didn't really have a better choice, was going to keep her out of his hair. But he knew that she would come for him. Like, he was clearly ready for it. He knew her well enough. The desperate play did not need to be made. Ugh, so mad. Anyway, back to this story. I've been wanting to stay Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, it was to try and help people. Like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down and pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the Ensign ARP connection broken. They look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out in the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. Can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But Ensign ARP doesn't owe you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, every sound, soaking it all in, living. So that is your hint that you can get more stabilizer now that you can no longer get it here. That you can get more stabilizer in the Greenway. I finally have 3. I am doing a lot of engage actions and intuit actions. I think I'm gonna go for engineering anyway. I like engineering. It's nice to have a +2 on it. Okay. So. We're good here. We have stabilizer. We have parts. In case I want to do DLC content before I finish with Sabine. Or, sorry, with Bliss. Alright. This has 2 more. Alright. And I do need to finish the job upstairs. Let's finish the job upstairs. Alright. Time to untangle the sail some more. This is now a 5. Reroll this. Oh, if this was a 2 even, I would try it. But it's a 1. Rude. Okay. Well, 1 more day on this. Hold on. Do we dare try? We try. This could go badly. Nope, it was fine. I mean, I can live with -1 energy. Ah, we are exhausted. Make a good team. Impressive. I thank you, Moritz. Don't worry. I'll stop worrying when the chits are in my hands. I'm giving them to a gimbal bar pretender. Alright, we check it. We did it. Bliss kicks out from the floor and spins up the bay, shouting as she does. Yay! Sorry, I needed that. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tidy profit, eventually. Here, this is your cut. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. He likes you. What's his deal? What? Why is he always so quiet? I'm not so sure. He doesn't much like to talk about himself, that one. You know, he came here looking to rob the place. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. So what now? From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine, but there will always be work for you here when you need it. I'll be back. She smiles then. Out of nowhere, she smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says, softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper. Yes? Don't spend that all at once. And I'm rich. Cool. Alright, well. We can now do jobs at Bliss's Bay. For some good money, actually. Can't do it today. Don't have the dice, but we now have that to look forward to. I have enough money that I could buy a shipmine core. I don't need to, but it is an option. Yeah, I probably should do... the Fang thing, which is actually this one. Next. So we'll work on that while we wait for Ankita. Yeah, it'll be fine. Sleep. I'm out of coffee, you guys. It's a tragedy. All right. Let's get some good food. Yeah. I got cash. Nom nom nom. All right, time to do this. We are in. Let's go. Stay safe, Fang. Needs a 3 or a 2? And I don't have either. The fuck? WTF, you guys. Bullshit. Bullshitium, I tell you. Ripper worm. Whoops, wrong one. Have it too, you asshole. Have a 3, you asshole. Another worm in the hole. And then I run out. What do I need? A 4, a 5, or a 3? Okay. Easy. Actually, I have the Greenway cipher, so we can also do this. Alright, I have read this before. Hello, gardener. It has a seed. So we have a little bit of time before things get bad. Fang's progress is nearly there, so we're good. This will happen tomorrow. We can finish that tomorrow. Time to go home. All right. I will need stabilizer. Get some cheap-ass food. Could work for Bliss, but right now I would like to finish up a few things. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. We don't have a 3 or a 5. Asshole. Last worm. Here we go. I've read all this before. Arden's looking for his next out. Got him. Right, Fang wraps up in the other area. Now we get to be sad. Nikita. I'm gonna go the route that I have not gone yet. What you did was is unforgivable. She looks at you. I understand. Nikita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, can you come with me? It's easier if... Well, lead on. What are you doing? This time I'm gonna go back. You turn away quickly and start back up the track. And Kita puts a hand on your shoulder. Please, sleeper. No, I'll take them. I can't not take them. I'm rich, and it sucks. And I hate it. I hate it! Nah, we're gonna do that. Okay. So, we just need to do this. was so mean to Enkita this time, and I hate it. Fang is way the back. All over here. Oh, okay. He's not back yet. Gotta wait that out. So I guess this means that we can go uppies and go work with Bliss. So this is something we did not do. This is now a 4. Oh, that sucked. Cool. I can handle the energy loss. Honestly, it's fine. Okay. So we've got some time before that pays off, but now we've shown Bliss that we do show back up. Tomorrow I might do more, like, Greenway stuff. Other things. Where are we at here? I don't really know what to do with this. This is... Okay. I could do more with Lem and Mina, but I kind of don't want to. I've seen how their end works. Hello, cat. Pet the kitty. We'll watch them. Were you born here? A stray lifts its head as you speak, but looks out at the glow of Low End, not at you. The cat's comfort in this place is enough to answer your question. Stray is a born resident of the Eye, like all those thousands out there beyond your window. This is, after all, a place for strays, for both those who began their journey here and those who end it. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you watch the stars and the ships together. And we connect. And then he fucks off. Because that's what he do. Let's get the good food. Gorgeous. Okay, we're waiting on Bliss. And Fang. That'll happen next turn. So I guess we'll go to the Greenway and do some stuff over there. Finish up exploring. Okay. Right. We can't do that until we clean this place up. That's right. Yay! We'll run out of stabilizer. Not that we can't get scrap components, because clearly we can, but we may as well deal with some things. Because for every drive that we complete, we get a point, and I would really like to get this to a +3. Or a +2. Sorry. I can read. It's not cumulative. Okay. And it would be nice to be able to sleep over here if we're doing stuff over here. Not that the commute is a big deal, but, you know, would be nice. I suppose I could also finish off this. Upgrade the bar. Okay, that's halfway done. This should finish this off. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Now we just need spores. But we don't have any dice to do that with, so... Time to cycle through another day. I have scenes to complete. Oh, Fang is done. Hey, Fang. Alright, he's in good spirits. He made my job easy. What are they gonna do with him? Not sure anyone knows. Could be exiled. People are scared. Is it true? No, if we don't want it to be. The eye is old. It was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Ireland and Haven Age installed, they keep it spinning from the rim, but it isn't ideal. They're just gonna keep working on it. My tracker. Here we go. Thank you. Just slot it in already. Tired. Aren't we all? Take it easy. Take it easy. Things might be a little woozy for a minute. He looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it works, so feel it or not, you are free. The Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. And then, of course, we go and celebrate. We have a friend in Fang. So, that is another drive done. Our drives are growing shorter and shorter. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, what did I come over here for? I meant to go to sleep. Silly me. Okay. Let's get this done. Give me 2. No. Not worth it. All right. Crisscross applesauce. Let us get some spores. Awesome. Let us grow some mushrooms. We also know that we're going to need like 6 more spores, so All good. All right. So that has some turns to go. We are out of dice. We will need to take some stabilizer before we end the day. Hell yeah. Cat, have some food. Good night. The last of the cheap food. Get her done. Seriously? I said, get her done. Thank you. Tala? Let's busy ourselves. We've read this before. Tala? How did you get that up here? Tala puts a hand on her hips. Are you gonna help me or what? You come around the bar and get to the side of the tank. Okay. On my count. 1, 2, 3. Tala, in the back. Oh, my voice is dying. So we lug it to the back. Good riddance. Francis? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy in the door deals with suppliers. Tall. He was supposed to be back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now, back with our griot. Seems he got lost again and rejoined the Haifa commune. Alright, so I need mushrooms. Need some work. Happy to help. A kitchen. And we are go for this. So we have a new drive, which is build the still, but we are an engineer, so that's easy peasy. And it will give us the possibility for scrap. Really? A double one? Rude. Yeah, I still get it. Okay, so the cheap food is off the table, which is fine. I don't mind that. We are good here. I only follow 2 streamers, and the other one spent the last couple of weeks with a cold that went bad too. Looks like it's the season. It is. It is. I come in weekly contact with teachers who work with children who are, as we all know, plague vectors. So here we are. Get built, you bitch. This should finish it off. What next? What's the problem? We need griot caps. I can bring you mushrooms. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. I see where this is going. Are you flattering me? Fine. And now we have the Spore Quest, which I can do one of. What do I want to spend this 2 on? That is a good question. Let's have some good food. Fuck yeah. Okay, she pops off next time. This, I will spend it on this. And I will get at least some money. That's okay. Alrighty. Down we go. I'm rich, you guys. I'm so rich. No stabilizer yet. I'm not sure that bodes well or not. Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same, same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How you been? Working hard. I bet. Well, you are always welcome to hang at the bay if you want. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind, or something. Because we now have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed. Cutting out defense arrays, weapons lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have when we're done. He laughs. Anyways, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. Come on up. Bliss is waiting for you to accept the job. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins like old times. Yeah, I know whose job this is. It is a big job. Okay. Up as we go. Look at the dice that I have, though. It's crazy. When you enter the bay, it is weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit? Sleeper. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. Ankita. She nods and kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here, especially, and they are going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Casetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. The best on the... Who? She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? Do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Casita, if you'd like to sign your damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as I am. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says, and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there is something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Ankita. She gives you a knowing look. Doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. You're joining a mercenary crew? Don't make me laugh. Ankita is an ex-merc. Why do you think she's getting us to remove all our ship's armament? Amber. The ship is called Amber. Bliss gives you a funny look. There's some deep history here, huh? She holds up a hand to stop you answering. Look, all I care about is that she's heading for the Star Ward belt. She looks out at the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I wanted to ask. She stops unsure. If you'd like to come with us? And now we get the option to yay or nay, but we both know I'm going to yay this because this is the ending that I haven't found yet. I've done all the other ones that I know of. I don't know if the DLC content is technically an ending too, because we failed it last time, but do these special payment terms happen to include a clause saying no mushrooms? I don't think so, Trav. I don't think it does at all. Lots of people have armed ships. Disarming an armed ship would not be as uncommon as you think. People going into retirement from being mercenaries, ships that have been decommissioned from combat but are being converted into passenger or goods shipping stuff. I think Bliss learned her lesson about the mushrooms. I also think this is like the second or third time that we've been told about the Star Ward belt, which is interesting. Yeah, I think she's over the death dealing. I think killing Ashton and his sleeper by accident really shook her up. She's clearly mad at herself about it. So I can't say I can't, even though I was mad at Ankita. There's been enough time that I've calmed down. And I like Bliss and Moritz enough to say I would. She interrupts you before you can answer. I know things have been hard for you on the Eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway. Although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought... She sighs. You might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks. Before you can offer an answer, moments later... before you can even offer an answer... Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The Star Ward belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Let's get this shit done. Working on amber again is a joy. You know every inch of this hole. After all, you fitted half of it. Nikita wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. So we can stay with Moritz or we can go with Inkita and Bliss. Obviously, you know what I'm doing. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hole, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He's been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. It turns out Inkita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Starward Belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth, aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Casita would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Casita? He shrugs. She seems tired and old, like older than she looks. Hey, sleeper? He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. Can you manage it? He looks down at you, a glazed look on his face. I don't know. I just don't know. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before you can answer, Inkita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulders. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Inkita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I'm going. Moritz looks like he might pass out. I get it. He steels himself. It's the right decision. Thank you. Hey, thank you for working with me these past cycles. He smiles a shaky smile. I learned a lot. Hey, look. He moves a little closer. You've got to find what you need. I did. Bliss, this place, you. This was everything I needed. He sniffs. I was in a bad place, and this pulled me out. He looks away. You go find it. Inkita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You coming then, sleeper? I'm coming. She nods. Well, okay then. Come on over with your things and I'll get you settled. She pauses. I'm sure Amber will be happy to have you. You both glide away from Moritz, his eyes wet but a smile on his face. He waves as you go, dwarfed by the vast bay, and you hope he will make it, even though you know somehow that he will. Inkita helps you through the lock, into the Amber, and the sense of familiarity is overwhelming. You think about all the time you spent working on these corridors, listening to these sounds, diagnosing those hisses. Inkita gives you a minute before she speaks. Look, sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me. She stops, unsure of how to proceed. I need to learn to trust you again. She nods. I understand. She stops. You don't ever need to trust me again if you don't want to. She shakes her head. I mean, take your time. I get it. She sounds pained, tired. As you move off down the corridor towards the berths, she tries again. I don't think it was that I thought the wrong things about who or what you are. I think I just didn't think of you. I mean, I didn't think about how things might affect you. And I realized I've been like that for a long time. Focused, stubborn, willing to get the job done at any cost. She pauses. This is hard for her, but you don't want to interrupt. Well, I'm sick of paying the cost. I'm sick of being used as an extension of something bigger, something crueler than me, and having that cruelty, that violence flow through me. I just want to be me for a while. She looks down, or at least figure out who that is. She takes a deep breath. So what I'm saying is, you can get off at the first port we hit in the belt. I wouldn't blame you. It's a smart move. She pauses. Or you can stick around, and we'll see if we can find a way to make space for all of us. She looks away, her energy exhausted. I'll think about it. She nods. Nothing else. This is you. She turns you to a small room with a bunk and a porthole to the flickering lights outside. The outside wall is sloped like a roof, and tucked beneath it is a small desk and terminal. Bliss is next door, though I think she's in the hold right now. She said she wants to make sure the warheads are locked down tight. Nikita observes your nervous response. I mean, they are, obviously. She gives you a look. Nikita slips away, and you look around the room. You go over the porthole and place a hand on the wall and feel Amber purr. You think you are going to like it here. You stay like that for a while, looking out the porthole, one hand on the wall, feeling the ship. It is through that porthole you will watch the eye getting smaller and smaller, drowning in the black. At some point it will become so small that you could hold it in between your thumb and index finger, and then it will wink out and you won't be able to see it anymore. And it is at that moment that you will finally exhale and collapse onto your bunk. In moments you will be asleep, and when you wake up, it will be among friends. On your way to somewhere new. And that is ending 3. Three sleepers, 3 endings. This game is so good. And there is stuff in this game that I have not completed satisfactorily. I have gotten 3 endings. There are multiple endings in this game, some of which I have not seen. The DLC I did not successfully complete. There are pieces of this game that people are left to discover for themselves if you should get it. And I highly recommend this game. This game is amazing. There is a second game. New sleeper, new stories, new places. New things to discover. They did a really great job on this game. So I want to say that Jump Over the Age did an amazing game. That Fellow Traveler was really wonderful in helping them publish it to the world. There is a sequel. Citizen Sleeper 2. The Starward Vector. This one is up for award currently. They're up for a BAFTA. They are nominated for a BAFTA currently. And they are a British game. So they are nominated for Game Beyond Entertainment and Best British Game currently, which is amazing. So the fact that they are a BAFTA nominee, along with The Alters, which I have played, and Power Wash Simulator 2, for that matter, just some things that people have really enjoyed. So I hope that they, best of luck to them and their BAFTA nomination, for 2 BAFTAs, no less. I may have to get this game. Honestly. It is currently a little bit on sale too. So if you want to get this game, get it now. Well, grab Citizen Sleeper and Citizen Sleeper 2 in a bundle if you can. Cause yeah, I'm just gonna buy the sequel and play it later. Cause I want to know what happens. I want to know more story. It looks cool. So yeah, I'm just gonna get it all. Anyway. I guess I sat on the page, on the start screen too long. Oh. Sorry about that. That was weird. Here we are. What should I do next, guys? There's a few things you can do. You can even do all 3 endings and back out of each one at the last moment just because you want to see everything. Although with your reliance on stabilizer, the only ending that I can see going well for you is the gardener one. You can get to the stabler without going to the gardener ending, is the thing, Trav. Like the stabilizer just requires you to meet the gardener and go along with the Rico path long enough to get the stabilizer. You don't have to actually complete it. Just FYI. Okay, well, I will say that Dragonsong Tavern is also on sale right now, that which is the last game I just completed. We've got a major Palia update coming as well with a new area to explore. Apparently the Elderwood is getting new content as well, so there is definitely some things that we could get into. I don't think I want to go to Palia today. And I'm not going to start Citizen Sleeper 2 today because my voice is garbage. So I think we just have to decide what we're actually going to play. Oh, but see, the thing is, Trav, is that I've already opened up the ability to fix myself without the need for stabilizer. So, like, between Bliss and me being engineers, I will be fine. In the Bliss ending. So. I could play Blatro if you guys wanted me to play Blatro. Let's see what the options are, shall we? The options are as follows. I could play Balatro. I could also play Slots and Daggers. I could play some Sultan's game. I have a Sultan's game run. Just started a new Sultan's game run. But that does require me to read a lot. And we both know that my voice right now is Garbaggio. I could also play Leave It Alone or Bladesong, which is the game that I was gifted yesterday. There's new stuff in Rekka that I could go over. Dragon, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. But what do you guys want to see? Take a look at Bladesong? Okay. I can do that. I can do that. Let me just switch it over real quick. I will apologize for the sound in advance because I have not booted it up yet, and so it's probably going to be stupidly loud, and you know, just be aware. Let me update all the things. So this is in early access. This was gifted to me by a friend. Thank you, friend. Oh my god. Ugh, so loud. No analytics from me right now. Please just let me turn down the volume. Telemetry off. We'll do that for now. I would like it to be... No, that is not the one I want. No, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. Okay. Here we are. Welcome to Bladesong. Bladesong is by Sun and Serpent Creations, published by Mythwright. As I said, it is in early access. It just got a major update, and it apparently is about forging swords. So we're gonna go forge some swords. The game isn't on Steam at the moment. Yeah. Well, we have no idea what we're getting into. We're just gonna go forge some swords. In cloying darkness, you writhe, you cling to life by the tips of your fingers. Okay. Something takes shape in the emptiness. Contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face floating before your own. That's not terrifying in your sleep. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven. Well, I guess my voice is appropriate for the day. You hold to your first impression. It's probably not wrong. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? Ooh, am I a dying man, a dying woman, or a dying soul? I think this is... What is your gender? Yeah. You'll be addressed as male, female. You'll largely be addressed in a gender-neutral way. At times, generic masculine might be used. It is nice that they have this option. A lost soul in search of wisdom. No, I am a dying woman. Thank you. Dying? Wrong. It is not yet your time. The Sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perished. What did you do to survive? Ooh, that's a good question. What was I? A mercenary? Did I join a band of sellswords, forging the blades used in our butchery? When the last of them died in battle, it was over for me. It was time for me to start over. This background grants +3 toughness and may open unique dialogue choices. Was I a leader? We built a settlement in Osterhall. I was their smith and their spokeswoman. For many years we held out. One by one I buried them all. This background grants +3 diplomacy and may open unique dialogue choices. Am I a wanderer? Applied my trade from settlement to settlement, gathering hard-won knowledge for a world that is falling apart. This gives me a background grant of +3 knowledge and may open up unique dialogues. Or was I a slave? I was too useful to kill. I was traded back and forth as a prize between warlords who kept me chained to a forge. When I saw my chance, I escaped. The background grants me +3 finesse and may open dialogue choices. All right, guys, what do you think? Am I a mercenary, a leader, a wanderer, or a slave? What kind of person am I? Trav, if you want me to make the decision, you know how to spend your channel points. I know you have too many of them. I was asking chat for their opinion. Too much, but never enough. Look, I understand that number go up is really great. Like, people love number go up. But I need opinions. I need help. Help me. Help me, chat. You are my only hope. We both know that in a post-apocalyptic situation, I will not survive. Like all guys, I'm a useless person in a post-apocalyptic situation. Merc, you have experience. You know what makes a useful sword. You want me to be tough? Okay. I can be tough. A cold hand touches your brow. Water cools your burning throat. You kept something through all your hardships, a keepsake for a better time. What is it? An artisan's toolkit for a creative playstyle grants a bundle of leathers and pigments for more creative freedom early on. A family heirloom for a story-focused playstyle grants a unique family heirloom passed down through prior generations of your lineage. Or a bottle of old rare world spirit for an optimization-focused playstyle grants a bottle of precious liquor to boost your progress. We all know I'm in it for the story. Family heirloom it is. The fire is burning itself out, leaving you a damp shadow of your old self. You claw blindly at the darkness until more water is tipped down your throat. What do you believe in, now the voices have abandoned this world? Ambition. Humanity can rise above the voices if we learn their secrets. Continuity. I believe in small things. Bread rising, seasons turning, children growing. Freedom. We are better off without the voices. Humans can adapt to anything. Compassion. Every small kindness is an act of defiance in a world without pity. Or nothing. Nothing matters anymore. There's peace in accepting that. Well. Another crazy choice. I personally am never ambitious. Continuity is great. Freedom is debatable. Compassion is what I tend to lean into, and then there's nothing. What should I believe in today, chat? What would make this a today sort of? What should I believe in today? I've become a mercenary. Somehow I am a badass who knows not only how to make a sword but how to use one. Fine. I led other people in the making and the using of the swords at one point. Great. Maybe not necessarily as the leader, but as someone who was making the swords for it. Continuity, you endure for the sake of fresh baked bread. I mean, I do love me some bread. If there are two things in this world that I love the most, food-wise, it would have to be coffee and bread. You cannot survive off of just coffee and bread, unfortunately, but it's a good thing I like lots of food. And cheese. Good cheese is worth killing for, and you've done so, apparently. Ah, yes, the miracle of bread. Do you think these things can endure what's coming? The last child will die a hungry death as the last winter stretches eternal. I'll leave you with one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence the voices left behind? As the old woman's face retreats into inky blackness, sparks flicker into life behind her. One by one, a field of stars burning with a sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching and burrowing through the darkness until they've strangled it with light. Now wake, Smith. You still have a part to play in humanity's final act. A new day has dawned. A new hand touches the beacon. Oh my god, there's reading. Fuck. Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You're faintly surprised that you find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. Well, I can only wake up. You sit up, gasping, sweat-drenched. The fever has broken. I did one story. I did. A lifetime being thrown from one battle to another, watching your comrades cut down in their prime, whittled from a full company to a handful of shadows. You've had enough. It was a long journey to Iron Keep, through dust and disrepair. Your last memories are of sliding from your dying horse, your numb legs tracking furrows in the mud as someone dragged you to a shelter. But who? Outside the tent is a crude field forge, complete with an anvil. Did you crawl here in a daze? Or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil gives you a feeling of home. You're in a tent. There's no sign of your caretaker, apart from a half-empty water pail and a damp cloth on your brow. You peek out the tent flap, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, churned mud and shallow graves. Most of your rations are gone. Your horse was already dying when the fever took you. Its body is nowhere to be seen. By now, it's likely soup. You're on your own. It seems to have been abandoned for some time, lacking anyone with the skill to work it, but it won't require much effort to get it running again, should you need to make a living out here. Hopefully, it won't come to that. First, you should head to the gate and try to secure entry into Iron Keep. That's why you came here, after all. This short tutorial will teach you all you need to know. Please follow it closely. Welcome to the camp, Swordsmith. People will come to you with commissions. You choose which commissions to take on. Commissions refresh daily. Select the highlighted button to choose your first commission. When you accept a commission, you prepare a billet for your sword. Preparing this billet costs action points. Action points replenish daily. Preparing the billet also costs steel. 1 action point, 11 steel. Your first customer is a gaunt man in a tattered cloak. He approaches you, noticing the anvil outside your tent. You blacksmith, can you make me a sword? Got the coin for it, just make sure it's good and long. I don't like my enemies to be in hugging distance, if you get my meaning. To rotate the camera, hold the mouse button and move the mouse. To move the camera alongside the blade, hold the middle mouse or Alt-right mouse button and move the mouse. To zoom in or out, mouse wheel. Use the tutorial flag on the top to revisit the information you've already seen. Customers have different requirements which your sword must fulfill. The top left panel shows you this. Start by shaping the blade. Click the plus button and add change length ability. You can apply a light or heavy hammer hits to alter your blade. Let's start with light hits. Click the steel billet and lengthen it. In order to make larger changes to your blade, you can build up strength with heavy hits. Click the hammer at its highest position for a heavy hit. The longer you chain the heavy hits, the more your blade changes with each hit. It helps if I am in the right place. Now that the blade length requirement is met, let's flatten the blade. Click the plus button to change thickness ability. Feel free to use light or heavy hits as you please. Well, what if I don't? What if I'm not finished here? Okay, it won't let me. Change thick. Hold shift for even lighter hammer hits. Okay. Let's make the blade wider using the change width ability. Okay. Hammer a point to the sword. Usually customers won't accept a sword without a point. The cross-section ability makes the blade sharp. Let's add it. This ability has 2 steps. First, you need to give the blade a sharp edge. Watch the cross-section display at the top right to get a better understanding of what's changing. Okay. Hammer until the blue line on the blade turns orange. The edge is now sharp, and you can further adjust the shape of the cross-section. Keep hammering until the hexagon shape becomes a diamond shape. Great, your blade is complete. Now click the hilt mode button to start working on the hilt. In hilt mode, you have access to a library of sword parts to complete your sword. Select the guard from the library, then attach it to slot in your sword. Cell sword, square cross. You want it to be lighter, so I will take this one. In hilt mode, attaching parts costs resources. Keep an eye on the resource panel to see how much you're spending. Okay. Mild taper, taper thick, taper slim. You want a light blade, so let's keep it on the lighter end. Your customer requires 2-handed swords, so your grip section needs to be long enough. Attach a second grip. Okay. Can I flip it around? Apparently not. While holding a sword part, you can cycle through them using Q and E or the scroll wheel. Select a pommel and try this now. There we go. Can detach sword parts again by clicking on them. You will get your resources back, so feel free to experiment. The ability history shows all abilities have been used on the blade. You can use this to revisit abilities or edit them. Press X to flip direction of your hammering, and then hammer to narrow the blade. Perfect. This commission is fulfilled, so it's time to sell the sword. The man takes the sword and jabs it at his shadow experimentally. A slow grin crosses his face. This should do the trick. Thank you, Smith. Here's your payment. There we go. I would have liked to have flipped this around, but that's okay. A nameless sword. My very first. Congratulations on finishing your first sword. Another customer awaits. Okay, so this is what we have in here. Okay. Okay. This is that. Okay. We do have a quick load option. I'm clicking on things just to see what they do. Customers with repair jobs will provide you with a sword that they want edited. These commissions don't have an initial billet cost, so they're perfect for making some coin when you're low on resources. Word is already spreading around camp about the new smith. Your next customer is a wary-looking man with a bald plate, his hollow eyes darting back and forth. I heard you came down with the wasting fever. Lucky to be alive you are. Anyway, can you modify this sword for me? I scavenged it from the ruins, but it hasn't got enough of a point to it. I want something I can stab into a thief's belly if I need to. He hands you a sword with a sharp edge, but a rounded tip. If you hold it up to the light, he leans forward conspiratorially. I've only had this blade 3 days, and I felt people's jealous eyes upon it. If they come for it at the night, I want to be able to give them a sharp stab. Okay. Customer wants his sword altered. The rounded point needs to be turned to a narrow point. Revisit the point to reforge it. So we go here. Oh. Let's get to a state where I can... Please stop. Oh, there we go. All right. So, do I want... No, I think I want this one. Is that what we needed to do? Can change the range of many abilities. The range influenced by your ability is marked with a line. Drag the circular handle at the end of the line hammer to apply the change. Okay. He wants it pointier. Okay. Okay. That's all he wanted. Ah, I clicked that. Nice work. When you filled all requirements, the commission is complete and can sell the sword. The man takes the sword and tests the point, smiling at the bead of blood that wells at his fingertip. Then he stows it away, glancing around the camp as he does. Folks out here will take anything from you if you ain't vigilant. Keep a keen eye out, Smith. He scurries away, his back hunched as though against a non-existent downpour. We received some money and some XP and some old tools for another nameless sword. Alright, you've received a scrap item. Go to your inventory. Salvaging turns scrap items into useful resources. This costs a small amount of action points, so it's a perfect use for leftover points at the end of the day. Hover over items to see descriptions. Interact with them to salvage. Major sword part book teaching the following part designs. Customers may specifically ask for designs from this book. A sophisticated bronze brooch passed down through your family line for untold generations. It's the only thing you have from before the Sundering. You'd never be able to translate the inscription around the edge. And I can just salvage these. Alright, when your action points are spent, it is time to end the day. If you end the day with any action points left, they will be lost, so try to use them up whenever you can. Alright. So I have $55, 17 steel, 6 wood, no leather, no action points, and I am this far along to level 1 with 3 toughness. I sleep. So, I made 35 coins today after the daily upkeep. Here is Erwin Keep, and this is where I am. Time to go to the gate. I had no idea that this was going to be this interesting. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate taller than the ship's mast. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Masked King's ascension, it mainly keeps out the desperate masses seeking his protection. I will examine the magical barrier. Probably won't do me any good. It's only visible in the half-light of dawn or when it pours with rain. A faint shimmer that rises from the walls and captures Aaron's keep in a vast dome. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, but the Masked King is somehow the key to its power. The barrier is why so many travel so far to camp outside these walls. This is the reason you came here, braving countless dangers. This barrier keeps the dangers of the wastelands at bay. As you approach, the portcullis raises to admit a caravan, and chaos breaks out. The crowd swells like a rising tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry, and the guards batter them back with their shields. The merchant wagons barrel through, their drivers using horsewhips to lash stragglers out of the way. Do we call for the attention of the guard, or do we sneak through with the wagons, guys? I'm not particularly sneaky. I am a tough person. I am not a finesse person. A finesse person might have been able to sneak through, so I think I'm going to call for the attention of the guards. Huh? What do you want? He gazes down at you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. I have coin. I want to enter the keep. You, a citizen? You got yourself a worker's permit? No, I don't. And get out of here, applicant, and stop wasting my time. Applicant. That's the euphemism the guards use to refer to desperate hordes camping at their gate. Has a nicer ring, you suppose, than refugee. I have useful skills. I'm a blacksmith. Every applicant who comes here begging is a doctor or a master glassmaker or a damned alchemist. You think I was born yesterday? If you're a smith, prove it. How do you expect me to do that? Not my problem. Make some swords, I suppose. Maybe then I'll give you a worker's permit. Until then, buzz off, little fly. Okay. You return to your tent where your makeshift forge waits. You're hardly at your best, working with such limited materials, but it's all you have for the time being. It won't be long before your cache of steel runs out. Since it seems you're going to be here longer than expected, you should make it a priority to find a merchant in this forsaken place. Yeah. Nicely done. You finished the tutorial. From today on, you'll have more energy or points to spend. You won't be able to complete every commission, so pick the ones you like the sound of. The game will open up from here. Don't be afraid to explore. Here's a few resources to get you started. 35, 57 steel, 36, and we have 8 action points, no leather. Allows you to scale sword parts, unlocks advanced cross-section controls, allows you to forge asymmetrical blades. I have no skill points though. Okay. Oh. This is a solve. This is a make. 7 action points for 10. 4 action points for 12. 5 for 15. 4 for 15. He's old. A woman stands at your anvil, her eyes scanning. No. 4 for 12. Yeah. This is the cheapest one. Something is tossed at your feet. The broken remains of a sword. The blade is snapped in half. My old blade finally gave out on me. It wasn't much to look at, but I've carried that thing with me since the world fell apart. I feel naked without it. Can you replace it? I can't be defenseless. I've seen what happens to defenseless people in this new age. Yeah, I can do that. Okay. And then we have to readjust our freaking camera every time. Rude. Alright. So, first things first, let's change the length. I'm gonna go to the upper end of this. Ah. Okay, that's it. And then we want to change the thickness. Use parts from this specific book until the requirement is filled. Parts are marked with a star. One-handed, narrow point. Okay. Oh, I see. Nope, wrong way. Need to do... Nope, that just makes it worse. No, I want the whole thing. I guess stiffness. Okay. Okay, I guess that's where we need to be. I had it. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Because this is in the green. Width. Its impact is now in the green. Taper the blade, making it narrower towards the point. No, let's not do that yet. Let's do the point. She wants a narrow point. Okay. I would also like to taper the width. It's too pointy. Oh, I have messed something up here. Okay, impact. Okay, she wants that narrow of a point. What if I did the whole thing? No, that is terrible. I'm figuring it out, you guys. Okay, let's try this again. It's nice that we can just change it up. Come on. Do need to sharpen it up. Okay. It's sharp. We've done the book stuff. It is one-handed with a narrow point. It's interesting. I played with a lot of the things. No, I'm good. Thank you, Smith. I missed having steel by at my side. This might be better than my old blade. Hope this lasts as long as that did. That thing carried me through the sundering and all the troubles that followed. I made a better sword than the last one I made. This is a little strange here, but I'm not sure how to fix that. It does make for an interesting blade, though. I made it to level 2. I have a skill point. So we can do sword part scaling. Advanced swordsmithing, which unlocks advanced cross-section controls. Or asymmetric blades, which allows us to add things like points and stuff. I think I'm just gonna do this one. Okay. We only have enough for Isolde, which is far more expensive on the steel part. But we will be getting stuff. That was a wagon wheel. That was a horseshoe and a book. They want a lot of wood. Interesting. A woman stands at your anvil, her eyes scanning the horizon. She flinches as you approach her. I hear it at night, you know, circling, screeching, getting closer. The others say I'm mad, that we have left that thing back in the waste, but they didn't see what it did to my brother, the way it looked at me as it tore him limb from limb. It didn't hunt like an animal, it watched me, enjoyed my fear. I'm sure it's following me all this way. Sounds like a good blade at your side could come in handy. I don't know what a sword can do against something like that, but I figure having a sword is better than having nothing at all. Here we go. Okay. So. First things first, we must change the length. Okay, we'll do about that long. Next, we need to change the thickness. I am going to do it all the way down this time. We're going to leave... Woo. Okay. We're going to leave that for mobility. Then we are going to change the width. That actually destroys the mobility. Okay. Okay, we'll leave it there. We're gonna give it a point. Narrow point done. Let's make it sharp. Some abilities like cross-section feature advanced controls that allow you to further customize their shape. Once your ability reaches 100%, advanced controls become available. I think I have messed this up. Yeah, I don't want the box. Why? Okay. I guess that's what we're going with. They want this to be two-handed. Let's do plain wood. Oh, I see. Fine wood. They want wood. Okay, first we need a crossguard. They want two-handed. I'm gonna go with this one. Let's do... And then... I want to rotate it. Oh no. Sync? Can I flip it around? Like I would like to flip it around. This is not what I want. That is not what I want either. That's wrong. I want... Maybe if the first one is a thick taper and the second one is a thin taper, maybe they'll work. That's a good point. Oops. How do I not use this one? Okay. What if we go... No. Just do a thick boy here, and then... Oh, that's much better. I like that much better. I see. Like that. I don't know if that's a balanced sword. It is what it is, I guess. No, that looks wrong. Yeah, definitely this one. Okay. That's better. She weighs the blade with her hand. The balance is perfect. When it comes, I won't hesitate. Not like before. Not like when I ran and when I left them. She pauses. The pause lengthens until it becomes clear that she won't speak again. You know, a sword can only do so much if you don't know how to use it. It'll do enough. I heard it again last night, closer than ever. Let it come. I'm not scared anymore. Okay. Another nameless sword. I got a leather boot and an empty tankard, though, so... What do these do? Ah, salvage. I have no points left, so... I guess that is the end of my day. But I almost made it to level 3. Can I pet the chickens? No. It's just the sights. Okay. So. We are up to 165 coins. And we can explore again. We can explore the camp or the outer gate. Let's explore the camp this time. We need to find a merchant. So... Outside the walls of Aaron Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. I will introduce myself to the neighbors. The tents near you are mostly occupied by unfriendly, suspicious folk. They spit on the ground when you approach and ward you off with threatening gestures. There's one exception, however, a young woman who actually smiles as you approach, though her eyes are haunted and hollow set. Glad to see you're feeling better. You were on death's door for a while there. You looked after me? Not exactly. I dragged you to safety after you fell off your horse. Thank you for that. No problem. The old woman did most of the work, nursing you back to health. I checked in now and then, but she told me you were still recovering. Where is she anyway? I haven't seen her in days. No idea. Let me know if you run into her again. I'd like to thank her. Will do. But wait, do you mean to say she's not a relative of yours? How odd. Must have been just a kind-hearted old soul. Count your blessings. There are not many of those around in this camp. Aye, it's nice to see a friendly face around here. And good to meet you too. My name's Chev, short for Shavana, but only my mother calls me that and she's been dead for 10 years. She's painfully thin and covered in grime, much like everyone else in the camp. She's the first person you've seen smile, though. What do you imagine goes on in Aaron Keep? I'm starting to forget what civilization used to look like. Somewhere you can set up shop, build a real business, not just scrape by. You make it sound so easy. I wish I had a skill I could build a business around. All I know how to do is survive one day to the next. She lapses into silence. Somewhere in the distance a scream rings out. You both try to ignore it. Do you know anyone selling materials I could use for my forge? I heard someone say there's a scrap peddler in the Lost City selling all sorts of things. Be careful if you go to the Lost City, though. That place gives me the shivers. Okay. Thank you. Before you can leave, Chev grabs your arm. There's a wild desperation in her eyes. I've been stuck out here for weeks, and not everyone in camp is as friendly as you. Not sure how much longer I can last. Can you do me a favor? If you get into Aaron Keep before me, find a fellow named Lucas of Boronia. He's my uncle. If he knew I was out here, he'd help me, I'm sure of it. I won't make any promises. Aaron Keep is a big city. Not really. Back in the Age of Song, it was a medium-sized town at best. It's only considered big now that the dead outnumber the living. Just, if you get through the gate, keep an eye out, okay? Lucas Baronia, remember the name. Shiv lifts her hand in farewell as you walk away from her tent. Her smile is as fragile as porcelain. Alright, let us scavenge for food then. The tragedy of the applicant's camp is indescribable. So is the smell. There are no sewers out here, and not everyone bothers to go to the outskirts to use the latrines. Tucked away from the squalor, you find a pocket where desperation hasn't completely taken hold. Children are playing in the mud. A few scrawny chickens peck at the ground, miraculously uneaten. As you pick your way through, wary eyes track your movements from tent flaps, some calling out to alert their neighbors to the presence of a newcomer. At the center of this little commune, you find a family crouched around a huge cooking pot, simmering with meats and scrounged vegetables. A little girl tosses a handful of wild herbs into the stew. Your mouth waters. The father and mother, a gaggle of children, a grandmother with a face like an ancient apple, even a dog rolling on its back in the dirt, tongue waggling. They're rough-looking sorts, filthy and gaunt, but you're not exactly presentable yourself these days. As you get closer, the man twitches aside his cloak to reveal a heavy wooden club. His wife's hand darts to a dagger in her belt. The dog snarls, hackles raised. They all look at you carefully, awaiting your next move. Ho there, stranger. Name's Bennett Maunder. This here's my wife, Triana, and her ma, Gita. I can take you through the names of the nippers, too, if you'd like, but I get them mixed up myself. The young woman smiles wanly, withdrawing her hand from the dagger's hilt. The old woman just nods, her expression lost in a mass of wrinkles. The children cluster behind their father, peeping at you and giggling. And this mutt's named Choldo. He's a good boy, keeps the vultures away. With the word vultures, Bennett's expression darkens. Choldo sneezes disdainfully. Pleasure to meet you, Bennett. No. Vultures? Aye, human vultures. He doesn't elaborate further, but his shoulders stiffen. Can I pet the dog? The dog lifts up its lip in a snarl as you approach, but at the last moment it lowers its head and allows you to scratch behind its ear. Choldo seems to like her. That's good enough for me. Good boy. He wags his tail wildly, stirring up a cloud of dust. What's in the pot? Smells incredible. It only smells good because, from the looks of you, you haven't eaten a proper meal in weeks. Come on, pull up a rock, grab a bowl. It's a hugely generous gesture. Meat out here is as precious as gold, and this man has children to feed. I will sit down and enjoy their meal because they have offered it, not because of any other reason. They didn't have to offer it, and they did. And if we can make friends here and make a trade of some sort, I would be happy to trade with them. It's hot and thick and rich with meat. It's the best thing you've ever tasted. For the first time in weeks, the hunger in your belly ceases its howling. How long have you been camping out here, Bennett? Almost 2 months now. Every day I beg the guards to let us through, but they're not interested in the likes of us. They offered us a trade, though. They'll take our nippers in and keep them safe if Triana and I go work ourselves to death in their mines. But then who would look after old Gita, huh? What do you think of that, Gita? The old woman bobs her head, smiling vacantly into the crackling fire. She gives no other sign of having heard you. I agree, Gita wouldn't survive out here alone. Aye, that's the truth of it, so we're stuck out here for the time being. Don't worry, though, we'll find a way to get ourselves past the gate. Where'd you find all this food? You see those big merchant caravans that come trundling through camp every day? A box of rations falls off the back of one of those. That's some luck, ain't it? Teach me your ways. In truth, I'm not sure I could do it again. The timing was perfect. The guards were distracted. The merchant had all caught the wasting fever and could barely lift their heads. You can't rely on that kind of luck. Pleasure to meet you, Bennett. I'll see you later. Away from the Monders, the atmosphere of the camp reasserts itself. Unfriendly glares, distant sobbing. You draw your coat close around yourself and hurry yourself back to the tent. You climb into your bedroll, enjoying the rare feeling of a full belly. You offer a silent thanks to Bennett Maunder and his clan before sleep steals you away. That was worthwhile, and if I can help that family out, I will, because they have helped me. Alright, let's see who's on the docket today. This is 6 for 12. Hey, look, I'm in the game! Bennett Maunder approaches you with your, hey, it's Bennett! We're gonna help him immediately. He approaches your anvil with, Choldo trotting faithfully beside him. The dog's tail wags in recognition as he spots you. Good tidings, Smith. Just thought I'd drop by to take a look at your forge. Just a nice little setup you got here. I was lucky. The forge was here when I arrived. That is a stroke of luck. Still, there's a lot of abandoned stuff lying around camp. People die and leave their things behind. He pauses to scratch the dog behind his ears, then straightens with a sigh. To tell the truth, Smith, this ain't a social call. I was looking to commission a blade from you. Any experience with weapons? Not with swords, no, but I kept order at my old tavern with a stout cudgel when needed. Drunk men are easier to handle than desperate ones, but I do know a bit about how to hurt a man. What brought this on? Camp's a dangerous place and getting more dangerous by the day. I could do with a good sword if I'm to protect my family. What can I offer? I don't have much coin, but I have got goods to barter, stuff I've scavenged from wrecked wagons and ruined farmhouses. Choldo whines softly and nudges against Bennett's leg. My children, Triana, old Gita, they're depending on me to keep them safe, Smith. Please. That's gotta be worth something. Oh, absolutely. We're gonna do this for you. Abso-freaking-lutely. I will give you the best blade I know how to make, which is to say... something. Okay. So, first things first, we will change the length on this bad boy. Just gotta get into the rhythm. Come on. I'm gonna leave it at this side. Yeah. Let's change the thickness of this bad boy. The mobility went green. Maybe I leave it there? No, it can go a little thinner. Yeah, that's better. Let's change the width. That knocked the mobility down. I want this to be mobile. Maybe we don't change the width. Maybe we just get rid of that. We do have a bit of stiffness, which is okay. I think changing the width actually is what changes the stiffness. Ah, it's too thick. It's too thick. Don't like it. Okay. Maybe we just get rid of that. I want good impact on this thing. All right. That is much better. Let's give this bad boy a point. Narrow point. Let's go. Let's make this bit sharp. Okay. Good sharpness on it now. I like it. I like it a lot. Very good. Very good. Okay. So now let's get this going. Let's keep it light. He only wants it one-handed. So maybe we'll do this. And this. Yeah, that looks good. That looks so good. Look at that. Look at that blade, you guys. That looks so good. It's my best blade yet, I think. I got all of his stuff. The impact is gone, but it did give him a bit more speed. His mobility is good. I will name this sword. I will not make this a nameless sword. This is Monder's blade. Bennett takes the sword with reverent hands, his withered face lighting up. Choldo wags his tail. I don't know much about swordsmith, but this one feels good in my hands. He makes a few careful practice swings, testing the weapon's weight and reach with Choldo's watch while Choldo watches approvingly. If any more vultures circle around my family, they'll find more than they bargained for. Between Choldo's teeth and this blade, the Monders can hold their ground. Give my regards to Triana and the children. I will indeed. They'll be pleased to know you're looking out for us. Thank you, Smith. Here, take this. I found it in the ruins. He produces a gleaming necklace, clearly valuable. This is too much, Bennett. I can't take this. Please, out of everyone in this forsaken camp, you're the one of the only decent people I've met. We have to look out for each other. If you ever need anything, company, a hot meal, whatever, you know where to find us. Come on, Choldo. I made friends, you guys. I made friends. Ugh. I got pigment. I can turn things brown. Cool. And I got a point because I'm a level 3. I'm gonna grab asymmetric blades because I think it will be fun. Oh, hold on, this requires level 5. Okay. Unlocks engraving of blade. Sword part bending. Or maybe I should get scaling instead. Curved blades, fuller blades. No, I will do scaling. So that we can make some fun things. Okay. I have 6 action points left. So, but I don't have enough steel for like fucking anything. Owen is back. Well, I can do this. A scruffy young man slides up to your anvil, glancing around nervously and picking up a half-healed scar on his face. I found this blade in the Lost City. It's not in great condition. Think you could make it usable again? Yeah, probably. Let's go. Okay, so let's see what we got to work with here. This looks to be like a Roman gladius. Its tip is not pointy. It needs to be sharpened and polished. Whoops. I keep clicking things I don't mean to click. Okay. Well, that's what the cross-section is the problem, I think. The taper width is, I think, fine. He wants the broad point. What are we fixing here? The weight is the problem? The weight is the problem. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Length is fine. The overall weight of the sword, a light sword is faster and less tiring, but a heavier sword will have a more powerful impact, and his weight is too high. What if I go here? Can I change this out, maybe? No, it's... That seemed to be it. Maybe I can just change the thickness? Oh, that seems to be much better. The sword was just too thick, apparently. The blade is not sharp. I've made it a different kind of blade. And now it's too late. And I fixed it. Okay. He grins as he takes the weapon, swinging it experimentally through the air. Wow, this is going to come in handy. Thank you, Smith. I have made it into a different kind of sword. Okay, we have 5 points left. We do not have enough steel to do these commissions, but we do have another one of these. I do have some stuff to salvage. This might actually get us a bigger commission. Yeah, definitely. Heavy shackles. Now I cannot... I'm gonna salvage all of this, I think. I think that will be for the best. And I cannot salvage that one. So now I have supplies for things, but I do not have the active action points, which is fine. That was perfectly valid use of my day. We are well fed. Increases your AP and toughness. Okay, we have not made enough days profit to overcome our daily upkeep. That's okay. Okay, so we have the camp again, or the Lost City, where the scrap peddler can be found. We do need to find him, though. The Lost City. Not all of Ironkeep was granted the Masked King's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now the barrier which traces the wall's course have left these outer areas to the mercy of the wastes. Nicknamed the Lost City, these crumbling districts have been picked over by countless looters, but rumors persist that there is worthwhile treasure to be found amongst the rubble. Let us seek out the scrap peddler. As night draws closer, the shadows in the Lost City become alive. Hidden eyes watch from high places. You scurry through the ruins, feeling as small and vulnerable as an insect. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hands over a blazing fire in an empty market square, accompanied by a sad-looking mule pulling a cart full of junk. He is an off-putting sight. Most of his face is bandaged, but the exposed areas are a mess of festering sores and flaking skin. You dread to think what the bandages are hiding. Ooh, he's got leprosy. That's not good. Not good, you guys. Not contagious, not contagious. The peddler points at himself as he shouts. One yellow eye peers madly at you through the gauze. What kind of malady afflicts you? Not contagious, I swears it. He doesn't seem to fully understand your question. Taking a look at him, his disease looks like either leprosy or a terrible skin condition. Either way, best not to get too close. I have many things. I find them in dark places. I sell to you. How did you find all this stuff? The dark places call to me. I find forgotten things there. He points vaguely downward. The mule retches as though ready to expire. What do you sell here? Many things, much to be found for those who know. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm surprised no one has killed you and stolen your goods. Ha! I am good at hiding. If found, I cough and sputter and pretend to be contagious. The bad men run a mile. But I'm actually not contagious, I swears it. Can I see your wares? But it's too dark. The dark time is for taking my favorites, not giving. Come back in daylight so you can see what you is buying, yes? A new vendor is available from your forge. Scrap peddler. Alright, goodbye, peddler. Partners forever and always, yes? His rotten grin sends a shiver down your spine. I will search the ruins for valuables. Who knows what will happen? I got a 4 toughness. We're good. The lost city has been endlessly picked over by scavengers. Your hopes of finding something are slim, but irresistible. Shards and rubble crunch underfoot as you trudge down empty streets. Sure enough, one by one, the half-collapsed shells of houses prove to offer nothing of value. We'll venture deeper. A forlorn residence hall catches your eye. Its once bright windows as empty as the eyes of a skull. Let's look at the residence hall. The residence hall is mostly stripped bare. No censers, no silver candlesticks. Your footsteps echo oddly in this silent chamber where the song of creation once rang clear for all to hear. Something makes you pause. An inscription on the floor written in an ancient language. Well, I don't have a good chance of getting this, but I will try. I succeeded! I had a 35% chance and I succeeded. I had a 45% chance of knowing about the magical barrier and know nothing about that, so... Who is to say that they have not already killed me, and yet here I am. He grins widely, disturbingly. I come from the darkness. I live. I would not be surprised, Trav. The inscription is written in Old Nurian, the semi-secret language of the Anointed. You're hardly fluent, but you're able to translate the words stone and heart. That likely refers to the hall's foundation stone, which lies nearby. Feeling around its base, you discover a hidden lever. The stone slides aside, revealing a small chamber containing the offering box. Alright. We found something. For a moment you think you've lost your way, but then you spot a fountain you recognize, its statue cracked and headless, its remaining water just a puddle of black slime. Breathe a sigh of relief. This is familiar territory. The sun slips low in the sky. The shadows of the ruins lengthen. Time to leave. A few hours past midnight, you're woken by a soft silken hiss. A blade slices through the fabric of your tent. The fabric falls away to reveal a pair of gleaming eyes, a crescent of yellow teeth, a gaunt figure with a knife in his hand. He steps carefully into your tent, apparently thinking you're asleep. Behind him are the dim shapes of other men. Each night you bury your tools and your coin in a new location. There's not much in the tent they can steal, but they don't look like the types who will be happy if they don't find anything worthwhile. Don't take one more step. The man freezes, his grin widening. Oh, awake is ye? Might be easier this way. Hand over your coins, food, anything you got. His companions enter the tent behind him. 3 more men, all rail-thin and desperate. The leader takes a menacing step closer. You've picked the wrong tent. I make swords. You think I can't defend myself? The leader hesitates, but only for a moment. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. Stop waving that toothpick in my face. You think you scare me, you scrawny runt? I fucking failed on a 65% chance? The hell, man? I call bullshit. Of course this isn't my luck. The thief laughs, waving his dagger in your face. Try me, Smith. Doesn't matter how tough you are when you've got a knife in your guts. I can offer you something much more valuable. Thief pauses, eyeing you uncertainly. What do you mean? Just give me a few days and I can equip you with a much more fearsome blade than that rusty butter knife. The man strokes his chin, his eyes gleaming with imagined power. Here's a counteroffer. We steal your stuff anyway, and then you make us a sword, or we kill you. If you steal my stuff, I won't be able to help you. Need my tools and money for steel. Got it all figured out, don't you, Smith? Fine. Start making me this blade, and if I'm not happy with it, I'll cut your throat from ear to ear. The thieves melt away into the night, leaving you alone in your sliced open tent. That'll require a few hours of stitching to repair, but you're too tired to attempt it now. You manage a few more hours of fitful sleep before dawn breaks. Alright, we got our first vendor. The scrap peddler. You make your way through the lost city, the harsh daylight throwing the ruins in stark relief. The sound of your footsteps echoes eerily in the crumbling silence. At last you reach the scrap peddler square, a rubble-strewn market plaza reclaimed by weeds. The peddler perks up at your approach, his one visible yellow eye widening with excitement at the prospect of a customer. I saved the prettiest trinkets for you, yes? I have some questions for you. Yes, yes? What's your name, peddler? That's right, I'm a peddler. Scrap's the game. What condition are you suffering from? Nothing wrong. My skin just doesn't like me anymore, I thinks. Do you ever go inside here and keep? Guards say no. I make people sick. But lies, not contagious. You see, not even a little bit. You seen anything strange in the ruins lately? The walls make songs sometimes. They do. A beautiful, sweet song for the sleeping. Men with candles sneak out here to call up things from the dark places. But the dark places are not so easy to call, and I could tell them that if they liked. The dark places do the calling. How long have you been scavenging in these ruins? Once I had a shop. A real shop with walls and a floor, and then... He gestures at his bandaged face with a gurgling laugh. Now I have a mule. Mule doesn't care about face. Mules support me through hard times. How long have you asked? How long, you asked? 10 years. 17? How long does a mule live? I don't have any other questions. Peddler nods mindlessly, scratching at his bandages until something underneath dislodges. Oh yeah. So. New stuff. I have 155. I want to open this. I don't really care about the pigment or the leather right now. I think I just really need steel. Okay, I'm out of money. Scrap peddler dances around excitedly, his bandaged hand fluttering over his collection. The mule retches pitiably. Goodbye, peddler. You nod curtly to the peddler, eager to be on your way. Tell your friends of me. Tell them I'm not contagious. Not at all. You assume I have friends. Okay. So... Hello, Smith. Nice setup you got here. You give me gold and silver. I should probably just get this out of the way. I can't see all of the... I can't... That's... Oh, here we go. This morning, a man you recognize all too well lingers by your forge. In the light of day, he seems much smaller and scrawnier than last night, but the rusty knife in his hand looks as deadly as you remember. He's flanked by his equally unpleasant companions. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he swaggers forward. Well, well, Smith. Just here to make sure you remember your promise. I want a blade, a proper one, or else we're going to have a problem. He runs his tongue along the edge of his knife, never taking his eyes off you. Working on it. You better be. I'm gonna be back in a few days for my sword. If you disappoint me, I'll put you in the ground. Okay. Ooh. Got some money. Got some gold. Okay. We'll just get it done. Okay. So, get this in a place where I can see what the frick I'm doing. It already has the speed and mobility he wants, so let's change the length. Don't worry, we will fix the speed. Okay, we have the length. Now we need to change the thickness. Okay, that's as good as that's gonna get. I think that's all we want to do there. He wants a regular point. Okay. Got it. Wants more speed. Craft a hilt of medium length for both one-handed and two-handed use. Use one longer and two shorter grip parts to achieve this. And he wants leather. Okay. We're gonna leave it like that. Do brown. Okay, pick any sword part, then hold W or S to scale the part. Scaling influences resource usage as well as the part's weight. Handy tool for balancing your sword's physics. He wants a hand and a half. So if we do W, that is what does it. That's a hand and a half. And then we're gonna do that. That is his blade. Thief's blade. The thief snatches the sword from your hands and makes a few practice swings, grinning wider with each slash. Now this is more like it. This is a real weapon. No one's gonna mess with me now. He points the blade at you, grinning like a cat with a mouse in his claws. You did good work, Smith. Real good work. Just remember our deal. That sword squares us. You kept your word, so I'll keep mine. No more midnight visits from us. But if I were you, I'd be real careful about who else I make blades for. Wouldn't want anyone getting ideas above their station, if you catch my meaning. Yep, I made it short. Because he's used to a shorter blade, but also because it will throw off his balance and he will be less useful in combat. I'm not giving him a good edge, Trav. I'm attempting to try and make him less useful at his job. But I'm also just following what the game allows me to do. He swaggers away, the sword resting over his shoulder, followed by his pathetic entourage. Well, Thief's blade has been made. I have completed a quest. I have no more resources, but I do have more money. To the scrap peddler I go. Decorative metal. Okay. I think I'm okay with this for a while. I kind of want to buy the books. And I have enough for the pigment. So we now have saffron and saddle brown. And that is like... I mean, I could buy more steel, I suppose. Or more wood. I'll just buy out the steel and the last of the wood, and then I am broke. Broke is a joke. The scrap peddler dances around silently, his bandaged hands fluttering over his collection. The mule retches pitiably. Goodbye. Alright, that is everything we could do. We used up the majority of our leather, but that's okay. We have now more stuff. So we spent a lot of money and we have 0 money. I should have kept 20. It's so bad for me. Stay in the forge, the camp, the lost city, the outer gate. We've not been able to stay in the forge before, so I will stay in the forge tonight and see what... Oh, it just goes to the next day? Okay. I was hoping there was some, like, upkeep things I could do. Alright. There's 2 for Lujos. What do I want to do? All these people want leather that I don't have, except him. He just wants walnut brown pigment. Okay. Who do you think is trying to steal from you? Everyone in this camp. You can't trust any of them. That's why I need a blade in my hand. You don't seem well. I'm fine. It's the world that's wrong. Make me a sword, please, I beg of you. Okay. Let's make him a sword. Here we go. We're making a long sword this time. Two-handed monster. Look at this bad boy. I'm gonna make him a long boy. May has sword if you have coin. Yes, I am Khajiit. It won't let me go any longer. That's funny. Okay then. Let's change the thickness. I'm gonna go to there. And then I'm gonna change the width. Give it a little bit of a width. Yeah. Let's give it a point. He wants a narrow point. Accommodated. Let us give him a tapered thickness. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. Okay. Okay, it is sharp, has the tapered, the blade length, the sharpness requirement. It's still mobile and impactful. It's got some stiffness. Not a lot of speed, though. It's a big boy. Alright. No. Need something like this. It wants to be two-handed, so if we went here and then no, that's not how that works. Let's do that. I like that one. I like that. That looks good. Okay, he wants... I don't have enough for this. Dang it. I needed the leather. need 12 leather. Okay. Feels bad, man. But it is what it is. Alright. We have all of the requirements. The bearded man takes his sword and starts immediately stabbing at imaginary enemies. Get back, out, away from me. His mad laughter turns into a hacking cough. He staggers away, swinging his sword as though clearing a path through invisible vines. He is very much crazy. Another nameless sword. I got some empty tankards. And I'm level 4 now. So I guess what we can afford is asymmetrical blades, which allows us to do crazy things. Cool. At next level, I can go to the next tier. Alright. I don't have enough for that, but I do have enough for this. Look at this useless piece of dross. I'm fed up pretending this thing can kill a man. Think you can get it back into working order? I sure can. Oh. You need it sharpened. Cross-section. I almost have it. There we go. And she wants a regular point on this. So we just need to... Hello? That's what she wanted. And we need to get the weight down. Okay. No. It's this one. Perfect. That's what she wanted. Anything from over here? No. Okay. We've made it what she wanted. She hefts the weapon with satisfaction, testing its balance. Good as new. Maybe better. Why, I bet I could slice the lids from a man's eyes before I can blink. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. Okay. Got some money from that. Alright. And I do have a bit of salvage. Okay. I need to keep 20 on me. I'm not gonna use gold for a while, I don't think. Whoops. No, I want to sell all of the gold. Oh, I should not have done that. Okay. That's fine. Lost money there. It's fine. Goodbye. And I can salvage that for more steel. And end the day. I have made not enough money. Let's go back to the Lost City. We found some good stuff there. Let's search the ruins. No luck. You hurry back to camp. Okay. Nothing there for us this time. Alright. The Jarl. He's tired of being counted among the weak. A good blade might change that. Silver, wood, and a broken cartwheel. Yeah, sure, dude. I'll get you something nice. Okay. He does want a mobile blade, but we will get to that. What about the thickness? That does make it more mobile. Do it that far. Okay. I like that. We need a point on this bad boy. He wants a regular point. That's fine. Good. He wants it a hand and a half, though. We'll make it a little longer. Okay. Okay. Let's get our cross section going. So this is where we can start making points. I'm gonna do both sides. Just gonna make this very simple. Ooh, I like that. That's nice. Okay. He wants a hand and a half, so let's get something like this. I don't know. Can't stretch it any further? That's weird. That should be a hand and a half. Craft a hilt of medium length for both one-handed and two-handed use. Use one longer and two shorter grip parts to achieve this. But it's not? Like, it's not achieving this? But I did. I don't understand. Make it out of wood, I guess? I don't know. Why is it not doing hand and a half? I don't understand. Oh, okay. Apparently that's what I needed to do. There we go. Apparently that is a hand and a half sword. I don't know. I have done all the things. Here you go, Jarl. He takes the weapon with grim satisfaction, his mouth twisted into a bitter smile. Perfect. Now the next person who thinks I'm easy prey will learn otherwise. Okay. I will salvage this. I could sell that. I found this blade in the lost city. It's not in great condition. You think you can make it usable again? Sure can. Okay, you want the weight to go down and the sharpness to go up. Okay. Weight to go down. Done. Sharpen it up. You want a regular point. Done. This made the weight go a little wonky woo. That's okay, I fixed it. We're good. That is all of the things. He grins as he takes the weapon, swinging it experimentally through the air. Wow, this is gonna come in handy. Thank you, Smith. I do a lot of nameless swords. I don't name them. I don't care. Okay, so we don't have anything else to salvage unless we want to buy something, which we can do. Scrap Peddler is our friend. He's a very good friend. Salvage a boot. Take two. Okay. There we go. I've got some leather again. That is the end of the day. Alright. Let's go back to the camp. See what else we can find here. We could speak to Chev. We could head to the Monder's tent. We could steal rations from a passing wagon. We could look around the camp. I'm going to look around the camp. The camp is an appalling spectacle, an ocean of mud and flies, with gaunt men and women scraping a living amid the filth. Not far from your tent, Recent rains have swept away the soil on our mass grave, exposing glints of yellow bone. Only the rats are well fed out here. You find Chev sitting outside her tent gnawing on a chicken bone that's already picked clean. Nice to see you again. I'm just enjoying my dinner. I'd offer you some, but I'm still waiting for some my sommelier to pair the perfect wine. How did you end up here? I grew up far west of here in Kuriv. I lived in a beautiful port town. On certain mornings, the sea and the sky blended together into one shade of misty blue. It was like looking into a hazy abyss with ships suspended in the middle. Then the sundering happened. Since then, I had been hopping from settlement to settlement, disaster to disaster. A few years ago, I heard that Iron Keep had survived. No, better than survived, it had thrived. The safest place in the world, surrounded by a magic shield that kept both plagues and monsters at bay. The name sounded familiar, and then I remembered. My dad used to tell me how his fool of a brother had moved to Iron Keep to make his fortune. What if your uncle is no longer with us? A lot of people have perished since the sundering. Well, thanks to that for that cheerful thought. I am hopeful that my uncle survived. After all, Iron Keep is meant to be safe. In any case, that's how I came to be here. My uncle's the last member of my family left alive. I'm sure he'd take me in if only I could get through that damn gate. Tell me more about your life, about what your life was like in Kuriv. Do I have to? Dwelling on the good memories is beautiful but painful, like gazing overlong at the sun. What about the bad memories? During the sundering, abominations rose from the ocean. The waves were as high as mountains. The sea beasts claimed what the sea didn't. We were visiting my father's vineyard, out of reach of the worst of it. We fled, thinking that our town had suffered some unique tragedy. We didn't know that the same thing was happening everywhere else in the world. What do you know about the magic barrier? It appeared shortly after the sundering, right? At the same time as the masked king took the throne? I don't know much more than that, sorry. What's the latest gossip around the camp? Oh, you know the usual things. Petty fights and thefts. People die and new people turn up from the waste to replace them. Do you have a plan for getting into Iron Keep? Of course. I've got a skilled team assembled with lockpicks and grappling hooks. No, I don't have a plan for getting in. I'm making this up as I go and failing miserably. Thanks for stopping by. I will head to the Monder's tent. Bennett and his wife are nowhere to be seen. Old Gita sits in her chair, smiling vacantly, while the children stroke the fire and scrub out their iron pot. Choldo the dog trots up, wagging his tail at your approach. The oldest of the children, a boy with twig-thin limbs and a sour face, looks up from his work and glares. What do you want? Where are your parents? Trying to score us more food. Soon as we get some meat, it seems he can't help but give it away to random strangers. He glares at you. It's obviously a thinly veiled accusation. I won't forget your father's generosity. He's made a friend for life. What use is that? Our lives ain't lasting much longer at this rate. We'll pet the dog. I didn't catch your name, kid. Sandrick. Alright. The boy just grunts when you bid him farewell. Choldo runs excited circles around you as you leave, then bounds back to resume guarding his family. What if we can steal rations from a passing wagon? Do we want to try it, guys? Shall we try to get some food? Possibly for the Monders? Or just ourselves, I guess? Goodness gracious. Save the game, woman? Okay. I will save the game. I cannot save the game. I will save the game as soon as I can. I think that a one-handed blacksmith wouldn't be much good. I don't know. I'm gonna try it. You lie in wait in the camp's outskirts. As twilight turns to dusk, a wagon appears on the horizon, its enormous spiked wheels churning up a storm of dust in its wake. Black armored guards sit atop the wagon, wielding fierce-looking crossbows. If they spot you, you're likely to end up punched full of holes. But you're in luck. A child runs out in front of the wagon, almost ending up minced beneath its wheels. The wagon pulls to a halt as the guards shout at the boy to get out of the way. Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough finesse for this shit. I can reconsider, though. Shall I reconsider? Screw it. I'm going. Oh, I died. You make a dash for the wagon, but one of the guards spots you. There's no warning. He raises his crossbow and fires. The bolt strikes you squarely in the heart, knocking you to the ground instantly. You grapple for a moment at your chest, wheezing and spluttering as strength fades from your arms, and then darkness closes in. Game over. Now you're just another corpse buried outside of Erin Keep's gates. All right. So it starts me back at the camp at toughness 3. Oh, because I had extra toughness from things. Okay. We'll do all of this. So it didn't... That's a stroke of luck. You're telling me. Is there nothing you can tell me? What do you want me to say? The winters were harsh, but the summers were sweet and long. Every sunrise, the bells called us for morning song. I'd run to school with my sisters, and we'd learned that the world would always stay the same. Feels like it happened to another person. What happened to make you leave? What do you know? It's the latest gossip. Got a plan? No. Head to the tent. Where are your parents? It would have been rude to turn down your father's invitation. The boy relents. Yeah, I guess so. Old man's too damn nice for his own good. Pet the dog. Didn't catch your name. Okay. We will return to our tent. You climb into your bedroll, massaging your swollen joints and trying to ignore the rumbling in your belly. Maybe tomorrow will be a better day. Oh, whoops, indeed. Alright, let us save this game. Game is saved. I have saved the game. Alright, what orders do I have today? Might take Osco's, but let's fix up this useless piece of dross. Seems to just randomly put me at a place. Weird. The length is fine, but the weight is bad. And the balance is off. You also want a broad point. Okay, that's all it needed. Actually... do that, and then we need to do something with this. All right, we're good now. Good as new, maybe better. Another nameless sword. All right. We got a 3 and 3 situation here, or I could just spend all 6 on whatever I want. A woman approaches your Anvil, her face gray with worry and exhaustion. She has a small boy hanging around her ankles, sucking his thumb, his hunger-hollowed face making his eyes stand out like dinner plates. You're a smith, right? You make swords? I've already lost 2 children on the road here. I can't lose another. I need something to protect him with. Have you ever used a sword before? No, but I'll learn. I heard stories about what happens in the camp. People taking children, selling them worse things. I won't let that happen to my Thom. Sorry for your loss. Sorry, I won't keep Thom safe. Only steel can do that. What happened to your other children? My eldest boy, bandits put an arrow in him when we were crossing Nettle Bridge. I don't know why. We had nothing to steal. After that, we avoided the roads. We made our way through the deepest part of the bleak woods, but that was a mistake. There are things in those woods. Something took my daughter. Snatched her out of my tent at night. I heard her scream, but never saw. She breaks down sobbing. I'm sorry. What can you afford? I don't have much coin left, but I'll give you everything I have, whatever it takes. She glances again at her son, her voice breaking slightly. He's only 4 years old. He doesn't understand why his sister and brother aren't with us anymore. I won't lose him, not without a fight. Girl, I will get you your sword. You don't worry about that. I will make you a sword. Alright, let's get this bad boy going. Okay. Okay. Get you a point. You just want a regular point. Let's actually taper the thickness. Let's also taper the width. Hate that, actually. Just wanted something like that. Yeah. There we go. Got the speed where I want it. She wants 1.5 hands again. Okay, there we are. That's the sweet spot. And then she wants it in black. Actually, let's... put that on it. And do the black leather. And that's what she wants, guys. She takes the sword with trembling hands, testing its weight. Her grip is uncertain, but her eyes are hard. Heavier than I expected. She calls softly to her son, who is playing in the dirt nearby. He looks up, his fingers black with mud. Come here, Thom. Stay close to Mama. The boy runs over and clutches her leg. She rests a protective hand on his head while keeping the other on the sword's hilt. Thank you, Smith. I pray I never have to use this, but if I do, well, I think it'll do the job. Stay safe out there. It's not safe out there, Smith. None of us are ever safe, but maybe I can make it a little more safe for my boy. I did my best for her. All right. I do need... Need more steel. I have a lot of wood, honestly. Maybe less wood would be good. I know it's not that big a deal, but I need more steel. That is not nearly enough. Not selling my family heirloom. It's not a productive day. Not at all. But here we are. We are broke as a joke. Haven't been to the outer gate in a while, so we'll check it out one last time. The outer gate looms over the camp, both threat and beacon. Refugees gather, pleading for entry, while impressive guards look on. The guard is slouching against the ramparts, gazing out over the horizon. His heavy-lidded eyes flicker your way only when you call for his attention. Huh, what do you want? The guard sneers, especially pronounced this evening. I want to enter the keep. You're a citizen? Got yourself a worker's permit? No, but I'd like to apply for a worker's permit. I'm a blacksmith and I've been plying my trade out here for a while now. Yeah, and I'm a dragon slayer. Get out of here, applicant. You return to your tent where your makeshift forge awaits. You're hardly at your best. Yep. Okay. Oh, he'll give me more steel. Okay. Need to hear to commission a sword or admire my anvil? Commission a sword. There's a gang that comes around my tent every night, regular as clockwork. They kick and beat us, take our rations, push our faces in the mud. You'd think there'd be some solidarity out here, but well, there ain't. I managed to hide the last of my coin from them so far, but who knows for how long. Best to spend that coin on a good sword, I reckon, so I can protect what's mine. Alrighty then. Let us begin. Oh, that thief will probably be angry if he makes something for this guy. I don't care. He's an asshole. There we go. There we go. Narrow point. Okay. Okay. So we got that going for us. There's that. And then he wants it in black leather. Let's put that on the end. Here we go. That is all the check marks. The applicant stands a little straighter as he tests the weight of the blade. It's perfect. You should see the blunt rusted dagger those bullies wave around. This will put some real fear into them. Thank you, Smith. Maybe my kids will get their food tonight. Another nameless sword. And I got a point. So, sword part bending allows you to bend sword parts. So you can do that. Engraver allows you to add engravings and increases your finesse by 1. Curved blades unlocks curvature. Fuller with rounded ends, fuller with smooth ends. So we can get those cool designs. I'm gonna go with engraver. Get that finesse point in. We probably will need it. Okay. I have not the energy, but I have the steel. Let's fix this one though. Other curved blade sharpness problem. Okay, got that. And then they want a regular point. So... that's all they needed. That is what they wanted. All of this is checked out. Alright, good as new, maybe better. Let's go... other nameless sword, because I don't name them. Alright, I got 2 points. I don't have anything to use it on. Ah, but I can do some more repairs. I will do that. Alright, what do you want? You want a broad point? Let's change the point on this bad boy. Got it. You want a weight and balance thing. Change thickness, I guess. There we go. That's all the check marks. Oh, the blade is not sharp. then they make me ruin the game. The blade. Because they want a sharp sword, and this is not meant to be a sharp sword. And now the weight is too little, and the balance is off. There we go. And he's happy. Hold on. Yeah. One more of these repairs. Then I will wrap up for the day. Okay, your balance is off. You need sharpness and a regular point. Well, let's get you sharp. Okay, that helped. You do want a regular point. Done. And then is it this that will? Yes. There we go. Check, check, check. We are good to go. It's actually sharper than he needed it. Made some money. Need to go here. Buy this. Oh, that's sold it. I don't want to sell it. I want to buy it. That is good. Good enough. I also need some leather. Oh well. Goodbye, peddler. This is where I'm going to save it and leave it. But thank you guys for joining me today. For both of the games that I played today. I think this is where I'm going to wrap it up. My name is Mayrin Althea Tover. I stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time. And if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow, put on notifications, either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky, whichever notification you want to tell you that I've gone live. I also have a YouTube channel. If you can't join me regularly, you can head over there, subscribe, and ring the bell so you know when the VODs go live. That way you get everything that you need whenever it is convenient for you. At the end of every stream, I attempt to raid a friend or make a friend, so I hope that you will copy pasta the handy dandy raid message and come raid a friend with me for some handy dandy channel points to remind me to save my freaking game. At that, we will be playing something new tomorrow, though what it is will depend entirely on how much my voice has recovered overnight. So we'll see. But if you are over on YouTube, you are welcome to raid the next video, whatever video that is for you. For those of you live, we're going to go jump over to Marklar the OK. He's playing Don't Panic. It's just Turbulence, which is fairly new. It's about flying a plane. He may or may not be playing with a friend. I'm pretty sure you have to play with a friend. Point of the matter is, I love Marklar, and he's an Irish streamer who's pretty amazing. So we are going to go say hi. I hope you guys have a fantastic, magical rest of your day, whatever time zone you are in. And I also hope that you take care of yourselves. So everyone, this is where we raid, because we are going to raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, everyone.